righty, folks, can you hear me? Oh, here I am. All right, I'm looking at the camera. Well, there's the camera. All right, we're good. Can you guys hear me? Awesome. All right, so I'm going to move my monitor a little bit closer to the camera here. All righty, so instructions over there. I also printed them up over here as well. So I guess we'll give it a minute or so and we'll let some folks dive in and we'll get started. But I need my tea first. All right. So as I said initially, this is going to be pretty no frills. You know, fact of the matter is stream wasn't working out for me, so we're going straight through YouTube. So hopefully this works out and we're good to go. So grab a nice little hat for the occasion. Don't know if I'm going to wear it or not, but you know, whatever. So I cheated. I printed them out. So I went through everything, checked the hardware, made sure that, you know, it seemed like everything was here. So just going to roll through it. As I said, no frills. I'll do my best to talk at you guys so it's not completely boring. And if I get lost, I have the screen up there. So first things first, we're going to start with the back box. All right, so we're going to need B and D and G and F, plus all these dowels. So I'm going to grab the camera here. Hopefully I don't take all my stuff out when I do this. It's wires upon wires. Let's see. All right, so the Ozbot's going to freak out a little bit, but so as you can see here, I laid everything out. I made sure that everything was in its proper spot. So we have everything here ready to go, lined out. Plus, I don't know if you can see in the back here, but I also have the 3D printed parts, which I don't know if many people have installed yet. I really haven't been watching a lot of stuff other than the stuff that we saw from B Kong and a few of the more popular videos. I will say, though, that I checked the Playfield, bounced around on it a little bit, and I can confirm it's good. So providing I don't screw it up when I install it, I think we should be able to play it today. I'm going to go basically as long as it takes to get this thing going, and I'm going to get started. I'm going to do my best to keep an eye on the chat here. My screen is kind of small. I'm going to move it up a little bit here, just so hopefully I can see the chat a little bit more. So I'm going to say hello to a few folks. Dr. Torque, Cornercade, Officially Unofficial, thank you for moderating. Appreciate that. Thanks for everybody coming out. I know it's weird to do this on a Friday in the middle of the day, but this is basically the only time I have. My kid is constantly keeping us going. We're busy as hell all the time. So, you know, it is. It's life. It's life with kids. Girl dad stuff, you know. All righty. So we're going to be looking for J and C. We're going to grab the D, the B, the F, the G. So the D, the G. Let's see. D to G. Let's see. We got the A, we got the B. And I'm missing one. Ah, here we go. And then this guy here. So I don't know, you know, what you guys saw, and I know that there were a lot of folks talking about this bubble issue, and quite frankly, you know, I really haven't been looking at, excuse me one second, I got to crack the door open in here. It's light up. Ooh. Even though I lost a lot of weight, I'm down like 100 pounds, I still sweat like a fat guy. So we'll get these unwrapped. But anyway, as I was saying, I don't necessarily know that it's all that widespread. I'm sure, you know, the court of public opinion will want to destroy folks here and there. But fact of the matter is, you know, we don't know for sure yet. There's a lot of people still getting their stuff, and it's going to take time for some of this stuff to shake out. Now, I know that there's some folks, too, that are a little grumpy over what's been going on. Let me get a razor here. This is ridiculous. I know that there's been some folks that have said that support hasn't been responsive and that sort of thing. And look, I'm like the first person to jump all over that. It's no secret that I'm not a fan of the At Games BS that goes on with their support. At some point, I'll get around to making that video about how support still sucks. I mean, it took months for me to get going anywhere with my SSF kit, but it took a dump. So, you know, fact of the matter is I get it. You know, I get when people are upset that support's not responsive. I was a support guy for many years. I worked for a backup software company. And quite frankly, you know, if I treated my customers the way that At Games did, I would have been fired. But, you know, this is not an At Games video. This is a Wonderland Pinball assembly video. So I'll try to keep my drama with At Games to a minimum. Let's see here. Yeah, I didn't get to see the Todd Tucky, excuse me, video yet. As I said, I'm my life is a little crazy. So everybody in my life kind of keeps me busy. But I caught a portion of some of the gameplay that Todd had done, which was really cool. And I understand that he liked it a lot. So that's good. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have a lot of this today. All right, so we gotta get the back box too. We gotta grab C and oh, fuck my old eyes. Looks like J and C, or maybe J and E. All right. So let's see. E. Pardon my big ass. And J. All right. What? I'm gonna get another piece of from my hippie phase, which apparently I haven't grown out of yet since, you know, tie-dyes. But let's see here. Let me see if I can drop this down a little bit too, so you can actually see what I'm doing versus. Let's see. How's that? Is that any better? All right. I think that works a little bit more. You don't need to see my ugly face anyway, right? So let's this right here. This way we can. Still can't get it. All right. I guess I'll have to move back a little bit. Let me get everything laid out here. As I said, no frills, guys, right? Shooting from the hip, doing it on the fly. Go. All right. Let's put this stuff down here, and then I'll move the camera back a little bit. So hopefully you can see what I'm doing here. All right. Boom, boom. All right. Let's go. That back first. We'll move this back a little bit more. See how that do. A little bit closer. All right. Back a little bit more. How's that? All right. I think that's good. Hopefully we're all right here. Okay. So, see, D and B and C and D and F and G. Yourself. All right. D. Right, so we got D. We need G, which is G. Now, one of the things with G, and all right, cool. We can kind of see one another here. You'll find too that when I do this shit, I lose things all the time. I have everything laid out here. 15 minutes from now, I'm going to be looking all over the place for the screwdriver. I guarantee it. So here we go. So, let's see, we got all these dowels. Nothing makes you feel like a moron, like trying to put something together live like this. All right, see? Talked about losing things. Now I'm wondering where my razor blade is. Right? Well, if one thing's any indication, at least the bags are nice and good, right? By the way, I can't see any of your comments back there, so my apologies. I'll try to catch up with you in a few minutes. So, all right, so we got G. Now, if I remember correctly, G, we're looking at the back. So let's see. So we're looking at the back here like this. They want this hole this way, so that's how it's supposed to go. Cool. All right. Now, the question is, we got 10 of these. D. So, looking at the instructions here, right? And maybe I'm just a moron, but they're not really telling us, and this is, what page is this? It's page 3, right? So they're not really telling us how things are going down on the bottom. So we're going to wait. So let's see here. There we go. All right. So that way. This way. Okay. So always confirm, right? Double check, but that's how we're going to do it. So it's going to screw in through the bottom. Sweet. And yes, I mod shit all the time, but I'm a dummy. I always say that I never got the Rain Man smarts. Never got the Rain Man smarts. Which would have been nice, but never got the Rain Man smarts. It's part of my issues. Alrighty. Hit this one. Oh, right through. See? Live YouTube. Done by a moron. Come on. I can't see what I'm doing here, so maybe I should look up over there. There we go. All right, so we got that started. Now, I have a couple different kits here. I like my iFixit, but they had recommended that we use some sort of ratchet screwdriver. So I grabbed my my Craftsman here. Nice and easy, providing you could get the damn bit out. There we go. We got started. Woo. So, yeah, if you're looking for something as polished as B or any of those other guys, you ain't going to find that here. I don't know whether or not to apologize for that, but whatever, right? So, all right, so step 1 is kind of sort of complete. Okay. And then D. So D goes towards the back. That's what it looks like here. Like that. So just kind of looking at how it's all going together so far. I mean, once you kind of clear out the cobwebs and whatnot, it starts to go together pretty quick. Providing you're paying attention, you're doing a thing in this stuff, right? Now, whenever I put stuff together, I don't go crazy tightening things down right away, because you never know when you're going to have to loosen something up, move things around, whatever. Like this one here, it's almost like it's binding. Maybe we got a dummy screw trying to. This one wants to cross thread. That's not cool. Let's see what's happening here. Push it out a little bit. Yeah, we gotta. Let's see. All right, it's a little twisted on the back here, so I'm going to bring this up to the camera so I can kind of show you what's up. So, in putting this together, let's see, let me move this a little bit. So, there's a screw. You see, right there. You see that? You see how it's a little twisted? So, looks like I'm going to have to adjust that a little bit just to get everything going and get that moved out of the way. One of those things that you might hit and you might not. You never know. While I'm up here, though, see if we got anything. Oh. There. Let me move this up front a little bit more. And hopefully. There we go. So I built this little streaming box, so to speak. Initially, I'm going to grab my iFixit here and do that. Excuse me. So yeah, so I built this little streaming box. At some point, I want to try to start streaming my pinball and streaming some gameplay, you know, that sort of thing. I've been trying to build this little streaming box, and so far, not so good. We did the SSF kit a week or so back, and that kind of worked out somewhat well. But let's see here. But trying to get things going in the right direction with Streamlabs has been quite a little bit of a pain in the ass. All right, so we got that adjusted there. Excuse me. Getting a little dry. All right. Let's see if that does any better. Hey, I actually found a screwdriver this time. All righty. There we go. See, it's going in a lot better now. So, just one of those things that, you know, what do they say? Adapt and overcome, right? So, all we needed to do was adjust that little screw in here, and everything's screwed right in. So, you know, lesson learned. If it's not going, take a step back, take a look at it, see what you can do to solve it. So, moving in the right direction. So now we got to get side B going. Right, side B. Now, you have the screw. So, based on what I'm seeing here, they're not explicitly saying it unless, because this is D, right? F. So yeah, I mean, kind of looking at these, and look, I'll readily admit I'm a dummy. But kind of going over this a little bit, it's the steps aren't 100% lined up the way I think they should be for somebody who's, I mean, look, they're flat packing these and they're sending them to us to do the thing, the stuff, putting it all together, everything else. But at the end of the day, they kind of need to make these for, you know, people that aren't so mechanically inclined or don't have necessarily those chops to put these things together. And obviously, like, this is one of those things where this might be a cool little guide to like watch, but obviously you're always going to want to go with, you know, the actual instructions when you're building these things. So cool. All right. So that's how that all lines up. Sweet. So I'm going to make my life easier. Drop it this way where I can actually see it. See? Like a monkey using a tool for the first time. Just got to figure it out. All right. Or am I doing this wrong? No, that's right. Maybe I'm just crooked. Interesting. D is up front. So now I'm having an issue lining some of this stuff up, right? So trying to drop that into place here, these holes don't quite line up. Maybe I'm just a little crooked. So let me see. Take that out and see what's up with this here. Okay. Let's get there. See? There we go. All right. Aha. That's why. I'm backwards. See? The things that happen when you do stuff live, right? Done it. Try it again. But a lot of this stuff, like I said, it's trial and error. You got to make these, you got to make the instructions dummy proof. This coming from the guy that, you know, has done quite a few of these control panels. And, you know, it's not always tried and true, right? It's not always easy. Even at that, this doesn't look right either. That's why it didn't look right. That's right. We got two on the top, one on the bottom. And that, see that? All righty. See, I'm having the same issue on this side. Right? Maybe I should call B. Maybe he can help me out here. And if I could see you guys in the chat, I'm sure somebody's screaming at me, "You're doing it wrong." But, you know, it is what it is. There we go. All right, so we got that. Oh, I see. Doesn't look like we're tight enough. Just in case we're doing it too loose, kicking me in the ass. That's what it looks like. All right. So now, there we go. There we go. Done. That's that. Alrighty. So, but yeah, even at that, it still looks a little cattywampus to me. But I guess once we get the screw in, it'll be fine. Alright. And then again. See, now what's interesting in these instructions here is they're showing the metal piece. There's a little bit of a gap here too. Not much, but a little one. But so far, I think we're getting there. Everything appears to be lining up here, which is exactly what we want. And I think with my streaming rig here, it's need to upgrade from a 15 to maybe a 20. Let's see. Get even closer. Hopefully we didn't lose you there. All right, here we go. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Move this down a little bit more too. Awesome. There we go. All right. Yeah, the fireplace is going, but it's the fireplace. The fireplace is a cheat. It's a fireplace by TCL. I did a video on this around Christmas time just as a goof, but I've been on enough chimney fire calls to know that, like, I don't want to deal with that in my house. So, needless to say, no real fires here. Disappoints my wife, but as I said, been on enough of fire calls for chimneys that I don't want to deal with that. Let's see. Now, looking at the chat here, let's see, TMMT. Look, you know, as you said, Peter said that they were going for that. You know, they're going for the same price point, but you know, and I think it was in BCom's and Carl's live stream that he said that they're shooting for the same price point, and that even means that they're taking some concessions on how things are going to hit as far as the licensing is concerned. So they're kind of willing to take the hit on some of the licensing, it sounds like, in order for them to be able to actually put this out at that, you know, price point that they want to be at. So that's kind of encouraging. Hopefully this is one of those things where for us, for the end user, you know, one of the things that people get all excited about with some of this stuff is, you know, it's new and which is great, but people get a little pissed when things aren't right, 100% right out of the gate. And look, you know, you can't, like, I understand that feeling, but on the other hand, there's something to be said about being on the ground floor. And I haven't gotten around to it yet, you know, and I say haven't gotten around. It just, you know, there's a lot the video for that control panel, that footage had been sitting there for over a year, so, or close to it. Mark, officially, Mr. Officially Unofficial, can you remind me when I actually sent that out to you? Because I know it was a long time ago, but you know, there's I got a lot going on, as I said, so sometimes footage sits. Anyway, going back to what I wanted to talk about in the first place, G.I. Joe made this wonderful Build-A-Cane. And, you know, ground floor guy, right? Alpha wave. So, you know, there's bound to be hiccups along the way, right? Shipping issue, you know, it arrived, and a chunk of the box was taken out. Totally not Joel's fault, you know, shipping. But it's one of those little hiccups that happens as part of the process, right? But there's something to be said about being on the ground floor. There's something awesome about that. I love the fact that I'm a ground floor guy, and I get to help, you know, move the process along, provide that feedback, help, you know, make the next guy's cabinet better. And unfortunately, a lot of us that are buying these, that's what we're doing. We're going to make it better for the next guy. And if that's not something that you're into, then that's not something that you're into. But that's one of those things that kind of makes this whole process, in my opinion, really friggin' great. We get to be on that bottom floor and help the next guy. You know, I guess that's just, you know, the firefighter, right? Wants to be, you know, wants to help. It's a very spectrum thing to do. You know, we have a tendency to have something tossed in our lap, and then we want to fix it. And then we keep going at it to fix it, you know, and we break our ass to fix it. And more often than not, you know, it's not necessarily our problem, but, you know, we want to help. You know, we want to make things better. But at the end of the day, that's unfortunately what we Kickstarters are the people on the ground floor trying to make it better for the next guy. You know, and if you kind of look at it that way, you know, maybe some of the issues that some folks are talking about isn't that big of a deal. I mean, they're just getting off the ground. They're still trying to figure some things out. I mean, I get it. They come from, you know, arcade one-up land and all that other stuff, so they should know all this stuff. But, you know, everybody's got to start somewhere. And this is new. And I mean, there's a lot that's gone on, you know, gone into getting this going and getting it done. So all I'm saying is, you know, take it with a little bit of a grain of salt right now. Don't take it so hard. And yeah, you get it, you know, spend a lot of money, all that other stuff. But at the end of the day, you know, it's a learning curve for everybody. And once things get settled in and dialed in, I have a lot of faith that these guys are going to do the right thing if something's catastrophically wrong. And let's face it, you know, support's tough, especially when you're brand new. All these orders are going out. And, you know, all these orders are going out and they're doing the best they can. Yeah. Was there egg on the face with the spree tail thing? Absolutely. But, you know, it ultimately it got shut down and people's orders went out. And did it suck? Yeah. Did 5 people get to place their orders and potentially get their stuff before we did? Yeah. But look, shit happens. Everybody's still learning. Everybody's trying to figure these things out. And that's just kind of Bruce Almighty. That's the way the cookie crumbles, right? So all I'm saying is don't get too riled up until there's something to really get riled up about. So So I don't know if you noticed here, and I wasn't really talking about it, but just kind of follow along a little bit and try to do the best I can with the information that I have here in these. Unfortunately, we're still on like the first friggin' page, right? But we're getting along. We're getting there. Half the box is almost already done. Just getting the screws in, getting them close to, snug, but I haven't really driven them home yet. But, as I was saying, something goes wrong, like, I get it, it's frustrating, but give these guys a little time to figure out what it is that they're doing, and they'll take care of it. Look, they want to be here for the long haul. They're not looking to, it's not a one and done situation. All right, so I'm going to try to do a little look at the camera. So over here, we got the wireless antenna, right? So that's our wireless antenna. So we're going to want to drop that through there. Just be careful with it. And no, Mr. Encoder, Billy doesn't have a show. Billy's just took the day off to take a little time for himself to do a live stream. So hopefully people can see, another build that goes well versus, what happened with B and having that piece pop out underneath his Playfield. And, to his credit, I mean, he pulled it apart and he figured it out. But again, that's all learning stuff, right? That's all stuff that Wonderland can learn from us and only improves the product either for the next batch, for the next release, what have you. I need my tea. There we go. Cheers. It's just tea, so. You hear this voice every once in a while, I need a drink. You gotta loosen up the razor blades a little bit, right? So just kind of moving on here. We're gonna prep it. I don't think we need to prep the other side yet. So we got everything here. We got the side panel there. That's F. Wondering what C is though. Let's see. Is this C? Nope, this is H. I need to see my way out. Look, it's 3D. It looks like it's coming right at you. My kid used to hate that. Poor kid, I used to fire stuff at her all the time. Dad, stop. All right. Just coming back around here. So, yeah. So I'm a little hard pressed as to what C is. I guess this maybe was the top. Yep, that's what it was the top. See? Moron. All right. So now we can finally get rid of this one. All righty then. Or not. Nope. So now we're on to putting the plexi in. So this is the part that I like a lot. That protective film thing, right? I don't know why that's like a really satisfying thing, but here, look at that. Isn't that pretty? I mean, that looks good. I don't know. I'm excited about this. I know that there's a lot of folks that are kind of like, but you know what? You gotta think about the price point, right? You can't get a stern for $1,000. I mean, maybe you can. It'd be a shitty stern, broken, but you can't get stern for $1,000. If that's what you're looking for, obviously this ain't it. Now I know that there's been reports of the tilt bob and everything else, and maybe there's a mod somewhere down the road, or hey, Mr. Encoder, maybe you can come up with something like that. No, teasing. But, fact of the matter is, there's going to be trade-offs. There's straight up going to be trade-offs on what we get here. So, all right, I'm going to move the back box. Maybe move it so we don't destroy it. Just so you can see the whole protective film thing. Maybe. All right, here we go. Shh. Listen. Ooh. That sounds nice. A lot of fun. All righty, so that's the one thing. You got to remember where to grab it. So now we just carefully eat one side, eat the other. They make this part look so easy. Whoa. Boom. Cool. Done. Right? Make sure it lines up with everything. It's in the slot, so to speak. Cool. Just press on the sides here lightly, of course. Don't do it too hard. Just to make sure it's in. There's a dirty joke in there, but I'm going to leave that one alone. Not that this is a kid's show, but, you never know. My kid might watch. You're the first one to admit that she's always yelling at me. Dad, don't say things like that. Sorry. I'm from Jersey and I have no filter. It happens. Alrighty. So one of the things I probably should have done before popping in the plexi was just double checking the screws on the inside. So remember when we had to adjust the screws on the inside here, right? Actually in here. I didn't double check those, but I mean, they were good on the other side. So hopefully we should be fine here. We shall see. Hopefully we got it right. All right. So now it's time for panel A, I guess. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. All right, so we can finally get rid of this one. Next. So now we're on to A. Putting on panel A, and then we're going to have to find the X brackets plus the metal I brackets to put over here. So they go in here. I think that was one of the spots where, when you're not following along, and like, kudos to whoever can put these together without instructions. I know that sometimes the saying is instructions are for suckers, but good stuff, right? Let me look at that. Let me go find another blade. See, told you. Lose stuff all the time. Like, the last thing you want to lose is a razor blade, right? All right. Yep, it's gone. I'll find it when I clean up later, I guess. Oh, sorry, microphone. Forget about that. Maybe it'll show up in somebody's, what is it, ADSR video? Maybe at 1.2 I'll be moving around and go, oh, found the razor blade. Yeah. These live streams, man, you can really see how off kilter some of the easier it is. see here. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to the chat all that much. My apologies, folks. All right. There you go. 3D. So this is going to be the fun part because lining all this stuff up in one shot for somebody like me, it'll be a little tough. Typically, though, you start with one spot and then you just kind of work yourself around. Would help if I could see, though. Supposed to wear cheaters, but I refuse to do it for the most part. Look at that. Boom. Done. We're using the E-screws here just to put everything together. Doing the best I can to keep you guys entertained as I put all this stuff in. But as I said before, you know, like ground floor stuff. This is the fun stuff. This is the kind of shit I like, really. I mean, sometimes being an early adopter is awesome, and sometimes it sucks. You know, and let's see. All right, hang on. Let me get these screwed in because, you know, I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. It's like Woody Harrelson in Wildcats. I can run good and I can throw good, but I can't run and throw good. You know. Well, every hour or so I got to do it there, Mark. Howdy, folks. I hope you're doing well. All right, good? Better? Cheers. Can I get a couple cheers, some claps? I better get the clap and no love at all. There you go. Cool. So, for the most part, we got the box together. And you know, as I said, screw it down tight, but I would say don't overdo it. You got to remember, even though this is plywood and you got the little metal pieces in there and all that other stuff, still all going into wood at the end of the day. So you don't really want to kill it. That's why you never use a drill when you do this. I know it's slow going, but you feel better now that you heard it. Yeah, I don't even think I did it when I started. It was just kind of like, holy shit, this is working. All right, let's go. Well, and that's the thing, and that's the thing, Joel. Like, you know, sometimes without the early adopters, you don't know what hits, you don't know what works. And at the end of the day, companies need feedback, especially smaller boutique guys like yourself. You need that. You need that feedback. Without that feedback, you can't improve. You can't innovate. You know, so everybody's got to start somewhere, right? And so that's why, in some ways, you love and you hate being the guinea pig. But you know, fact of the matter is, and here, it's gonna be kind of tough to see, but just while this is open, I'm gonna try to work in reverse here. So this is going to screw into the top. I don't even think they're telling us that in the instructions yet. Maybe they did. I don't know. But so there's a little wireless icon right here. Right in. Done. Nice and easy, easy peasy. You know, maybe loosen it up and Just try to angle the wire a little bit better. Just for thoroughness, I might grab a piece of gaffer's tape and toss it in there. Just to kind of, like, it's one of those things, right? Nobody's going to see it. Who's going to give a shit? Who's going to care? You have, issues like me. You kind of grates on you. And now this guy here goes in over here. That's your backlight. A little something for cable management, Ooh, I have an idea. Be right back. I have some stuff that I stashed behind the bar just in case. Not that kind of stuff. Well, yeah, that kind of stuff, but not for this. Not for this. Maybe I don't got it. Usually I keep little clips hanging around for that. But, it's one of those things for an afterthought, right? So we're not going to worry about it. I'll deal with cable management later. It's not what you guys are here for, right? Let's see. You used a drill? Come on. Like, I don't know. I get squirrely using a drill. Drills are just one of those things where, like, I get it. Well, I mean, for any of you guys that saw the control panel video, you can probably understand why. So, yeah. So now we're moving on to the X part, which is cool. So I'm going to grab, let's see, X. All right, so we got X. We got the eyes, which look like exclamation points. Looks like we need B. And I might need to come back around. With that said, too, they gave us 2 Allen wrenches, which are cool. But I think, depending on how things go, this little cheap set might hopefully do the job. One of those, pick it up on Amazon, piece of garbage. But if it does the job, then maybe it's not a piece of garbage. Harbor Freight, anyone? Love me some Harbor Freight. We built part of this house using tools out of Harbor Freight. Although the nail gun didn't really last all that long. Is what it is. An X-rated part of the live stream? I don't know what I said, but damn. All right, so let's, X. All right, now, let's see. All right, so, let's see. So, part X. So, the X part is the piece that goes along the bottom of the back box. It's kind of that lip. So, you see. So it kind of goes like this. And as I understand it, this is what the plexiglass slides up under. Now, again, it's one of those things where I feel like they didn't do a really good job of telling you which way that piece needs to go. So that's probably one of the things that, if I need to, I'll pull it up in Brave and go over it again. But as I understand it, the finished part is going to be the piece that sticks up for us. Slide on top of it. Needs to angle up towards the DMD. Yep, that's exactly what I thought. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. Fat Hog, everyone. Love this guy. Used to be what? Fat Hog Harley K, because nobody could figure out what Fat Hog was. Right? See? Like my memory's a sieve, but every once in a while I retain that little piece of information that certainly my wife nor family will ever find useful. What else? User came loose to transit. You know, and that's a distinct possibility, but it also begs the question, you know, with regard to that, like, is it one of those things with diffuser that, you know, should those be glued in place? You know, and it comes down to, and look, I love pinball machines, and I know enough to be dangerous about them, right? But at the end of the day, you know, I don't know if that's one of those things that should be glued down on in there, because is it something where instead of gluing it down, you're supposed to be able to pull it out to, you know, fix an LED, or, you know, back in the day, replace a bulb. So, you know, I really feel like the only people that would ultimately be able to answer that question, you know, are the guys that built the machine. So let's see, we need E, B. We got the B's, not the B's. All right, B's and D. All right, so I missed D, sorry. D. D. So let's see here. You know, maybe at some point too, we'll do a, here you go. So hold the instructions the way it's going. Boom. So, yeah, so ultimately these go like, whoop, like this. So these, let me get close. Turn it here so I can actually see where I'm going here. So these guys, right, according to the instructions, are supposed to go on the inside here. So I don't know if you guys can see that, but you see those little nubs? They're supposed to go on the inside when you put the cabinet together. So we're going to get these mounted and turn you guys back so I can see you. Not crush the keyboard while we do it. Here we go. Pinball Wizard. Afternoon, sir. Thanks for stopping by. Welcome to the shit show. So they show the plastic piece going in first, but I'm going to do it the other way around, and there's a reason for that. Like, I know everything's pre-drilled and all that good stuff, but for me, I'll feel a little bit better just doing it opposite, because then I feel like it'll line up better. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, anybody that's assembled these, you know, theirs already and whatnot will have a better idea, but at the end of the day, that's interesting. Oh, I missed metal pieces. Excuse me. I think it's these guys. Let's roll back here. I don't recall them telling us we needed to install. So we need H. So H is supposed to go in there. Aha. All right. Now I get it. So H is supposed to go inside so it holds the metal brackets on. Makes sense. All right. Even with the instructions. You're doing it wrong. All right. So where's the other key? Just to make my life a little bit easier. Okay. Here's 2. Here's 3. Here's 4. 5. See? Like, hopefully you guys can see it over here. But you see how they have that piece in there? They really don't tell you how to secure it, right? It just, all right. That's where I screwed up. Aha. There you go. Missed a spot. Missed a step. This is why you follow the instructions, right? So I missed a step. So that also means that we need 4 Ds. Again, another dirty joke right there. Sorry. I'm feeling, well, I'm not even going to go there. All right, so let's go. So these are D. So now you're going to be like, oh, well, you got the box closed. Now what are you going to do? That's what this stupid little thing is for. So one of those, oh, this looks neat. You try this out. Oh, you know what? For as ugly and what you would think useless as it is, at times it's come in pretty friggin' handy. Especially when you got to work on plumbing and stuff like I do for the day job. Something like this can come in handy. Now, my apologies for getting up on it here, but let me see if I can turn it a little bit. You can maybe see, but just one of those things that it goes like so. And, see if I can line it up in there a little bit. Because either way, this is going to be a little bit difficult to get it started. Maybe a little adhesive strip would go a long way with it. Because this is tight. This is really tight. All right. Let's see. Oh, well, that's cool. Didn't realize it did that. Neat. So make sure you do this part so you don't have to potentially pull it all apart to do it the right way. Actually, I have another one. This way, I can secure it after the fact. Try to use your noodle, right? Just making sure that we put the brackets out this way. So this way, it's in the spot it's supposed to be, and it's snug. It's going to be harder to work on it, I think, this way, trying to get the screw to drop in, but at least the plate's not moving all over the place. In the instructions, do they have a troubleshooting number or an email? So I know that they do have a ticketing system through Freshdesk. I didn't cheat and go through the manual, so to speak, to see for sure. But see, let's take a look at the operating instructions. Excuse me. Legal rights, what's covered, what's not. Warranty is for indoor residential use only. So don't carry it outside. Don't take it to the bar. So in the main manual, as far as navigation and whatnot, if we get to page 5, it looks like, visit customer support section at wonderlandamusements.com for support. And then they just go through submit a request, proof of purchase. So, yeah, you guys are going to be able to see it all the way back there. But hopefully, just waiting for. So on this page here, they show the website and everything else. Now, where the manuals and stuff are online, you can scan the QR code that they give you. But if you do a quick search for Wonderland Amusements, if you go to Wonderland, if you do a search for Wonderland Amusements, ultimately it comes up. So, and then you can get to the page and do the thing and the stuff, so to speak, and enter your tickets there. But as far as a phone number, I didn't see any. Didn't look like there's certainly not one here. Maybe it's online, but it might even be one of those things where, trying to see if I get away with not having to use the Allen wrenches that they gave us. Here we go. So, and look, I doubt anybody wants to get into don't want to keep bringing them up, but like an act game situation, right? Where, they published a phone number in the TMNT manual, and it's been apparently floating around the internet for years. And then you dial it up and you go through the phone tree, and it's just like F you, and they hang up. Not cool, but certainly, live support's tough. It's one thing if you're a software company, excuse me, and they go that route with it, but something like this to have, look, it's a cost thing, right? We're not gonna lie, it's a cost thing. It's a cost thing when it comes to live support. It's expensive. Even if you're farming it out to another country, it's still expensive. Again, coming from a support background, look, I lost my cushy support job to, my job getting sent overseas. Look, it's business. It happens, right? Was I pissed about it? Sure. Look, you wouldn't be human if you weren't. right? But you know, at the end of the day, it's business, and having somebody there 24/7 to answer questions live is expensive. It's not like how it was back in the day where, you know, there were unlimited funds. You know, remember when you used to be able to call Nintendo? You know, stop slandering. Come on. Don't break my balls like that. You know better. You know, so at the end of the day, you know, these guys, not having live support 24/7, that kind of stuff, like, you can't fault anybody for that. It's just, especially when you're a smaller company. So, you know, I get it. Especially as somebody who's, you know, as I said, I've had my issues with our friends over there, but the end of the day, it's a business transaction, and you do what you can afford, and you kind of go from there. So that's all I got to say about that. This is a little rough, not gonna lie. So make sure you do this the right way. See, already lost it. All right, we'll go to this one then. There we go. Cool. So, as I said, make sure you do this the right way, because this part sucks. Trying to get this screw in now after the fact is brutal. Absolutely brutal. But it's not to say we can't get it done. It's just not easy. I can't really see it, you know, old ass eyes and all. So, but all right, cool. So we got that one. Let's go on and we'll get the next one. But this is a way to get around it if you screw up. You know, you get the plate in, makes it easier to line everything up, and then make sure it's loose because it's not super tight right now. So you got a little give when you put it all back together. Right. And we can use this guy to ratchet it into place. All right, that's one. Get in there. Damn my old eyes. All right. There we go. Nice. Then we move on to the next one, providing I didn't lose the pieces. All right. So we'll flip it. We'll do the same thing over here. Granted, you won't be able to see me putting the screws in just because I'm so far back, but you'll be able to get the gist of it. So 2 Bs. You know, I wonder how many people are gonna like watch this and be like, all right, screw this guy, I'm going all the way to the end when they watch it on the replay. Which, you know, don't blame you. I have about a 20-minute or so attention span. So I get it. All right, so we got that piece. And I mean, I'm one of those people that always tell you put every screw in, so on and so forth. You know, you always wind up with a box of or a couple of those pieces that are left over, and you're like, but you know, if you screw up, to be honest with you, I don't know that it's a huge deal that you got to put these screws in. I mean, once it's secure, it's secure. But, you know, it's up to you. But at the end of the day, don't screw it up. You won't have to worry about it. Let's see here. Those are all the H's. You don't need that anymore. Take that. Take this guy here. Looks like that one didn't go down all the way like I thought. In some ways, it's actually easier to see this when it's down on the ground versus eye line. There we go. Uh-huh. As I said, I'll probably do like maybe do a Reader's Digest condensed books version of it, showing my age. Oh, bro, I hear that. I hear that. Get all the way to that spot and you're like, right? I gotta pull this whole damn thing apart. I don't know about that. This set seems to be going a little bit easier, but I'm still gonna flip it to screw the pieces in just so I can see a little bit better. My old eyes. All right, cool. But yeah, I figure this is kind of one of those things where, you know, you could walk away, come back, check it out a little later. But this kind of slowed us down quite a little bit, unfortunately. But, you know, it is what it is. Never said I was an expert. You know, like doing when I did Mark's control panel, you know, you measure it and you're looking at it and you're picking the spot, you put your piece of tape on, you make your mark, and you pull the piece of tape off, you're like, fuck it, I'm just drilling. And you do it. And for the numbers of control panels that I've done, every damn time I've pretty much done the same thing. Eyeballed it, boom. Still don't know how I built houses back in the day. Still don't know. So sorry for not showing you guys this part. It's just don't want to have my back to you guys the whole time either. Bad enough you had to see my ass half a dozen times so far already. But, you know, it is what it is. For the most part, I can get these in hand tight to about 3/4 of the way. It's just easier with a little ratchet piece to try to do it. You just got to get the right angle. So yeah, like I said, not polished. All right, there we go. Cool, done. So, all righty. Ooh. Playfield time. But we have to do one more thing. We got to get the plastic pieces on the front here. Just want to make sure that, all right, we're going to secure those down too. Those were loose. Just put your stuff back too. I'm forever losing things. I lost my mind a long time ago. If you ever find it, let me know. Okay. Just trying to keep it on the blanket here too, because I don't want to scuff it up. Hurts resale value. I didn't say that. You know, and I say that because I wonder how many people like pick this up or like, cool, I'll flip it. Which, if that's your goal with any of this kind of stuff, like that, to me, and I mean, maybe I shouldn't say anything, but to me, that's just not, that's not the reason to pick this kind of stuff up, right? It's to, you know, enjoy it. Enjoy it with your family, that kind of stuff. And that's kind of what I'm wondering too, is how Kate's going to receive this, right? What is she going to think of it? Hopefully she loves it. Hopefully it's, Dad, I want to play this all the time. Well, maybe not all the time, but you know, you guys know what I'm getting at. You know, the affordable family fun. Let's see. Sorry, I've been kind of ignoring the chat. The Nintendo phone number still works? No way. You kidding me? Like, I remember back in the day, you used to be able to call, like, I don't know, it was, can't remember if it was a 900 number, but you used to be able to call, like, Nintendo. Be like, yo, I'm stuck on Legend of Zelda. Hook me up. But, I mean, it's awesome if some of those numbers still work. I'd sing moving right along, but A, nobody wants to hear that. And B, who knows nowadays as to whether or not you get a copy strike over it, right? I'm a big fan of Professor of Rock. And that poor dude has been getting worked over constantly for copyright strikes for playing that, like, 5-second snippet of blah, blah, blah song that he's talking about. It's like, it's ridiculous. Like, guys, if anything, somebody like him is driving somebody to potentially pick an album up or, you know, stream it on blah, blah, blah streaming service. Like, cut the people a break. Some ways they're probably sending you some scratch, and you don't need to ding them for the couple $100 revenue that they're possibly getting from ads for promoting your music for free, right? Like, come on. Can't wait to see. That's awesome. That is awesome. I hope he enjoys it. I hope he enjoys it. All right. So, aside from putting the back plate on, aside from putting this back plate on, the box is done. So now we're going to move on to the Playfield. Oh, been sitting too long. Oh. So old. All right, where do we want to put it? All right. We'll put it next to the fire. Don't worry, it'll be fine. All righty. So that's out of the way. Now we're moving on to the Playfield. There was another sheet here. So now we're going to grab the bottom, K, and the front panel. So one of the things was before, they said that folks didn't know that you were supposed to pull these pegs out. So, you know, it's illustrated here. So, you know, look, I'm the nozzle that missed the metal pieces that needed to be installed on like the second page. So anything can happen, but at the end of it here, you know, pull these out. And they're just screwed in, so it's going to be easy enough. Hopefully, you guys can see that. My apologies if I keep looking at the monitor more than the camera here. It's just I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat a little bit more, since I'm doing a really shitty job of paying attention to you folks. What time is it? 2:28. All right. So, cool. I wonder if we'll get to use these for anything. Oh. DIY project. All right. So, one of the things that I was initially vocal about, and still am not a fan of, is this here. Why they put this here just is beyond me. It from a standpoint of cable management and everything else, it just doesn't make sense to me. You know, have the power supply and whatnot come out the back. I mean, having this wire hanging down to me is kind of silly, and that's what all of these guys are about. So I bought cables to just basically try and see which way works better when I get it over by the 4K. Because ultimately what I'm going to do is I'll put and these are only like 3.5 or so feet. But ultimately, what I'll do is I'll put an angled cord this way, put one of the adhesive clips over here to keep the wire going in a, you know, the proper direction, so to speak. So it's just not hanging straight down on the floor. Plus, you know, one of the questions I have are, you know, look, it locks into place, I'm sure, but over time, is that gravity going to create an issue on it and whatever? Plus, I mean, look at all this meat you have here. You mean to tell me that you couldn't just say, all right, screw this plate into the back over here? I mean, maybe they don't want people electrocuting themselves, I don't know, but this to me just seems silly. This should be going out of the back of the machine. But that's kind of my rant, if you would, on that. Yes, I'm aware of the other power switch in the front. I'm talking about from the standpoint of the cord hanging out over time. And look, this switch is the switch that you're gonna flip if you're actually pulling the machine up and working on it and everything else. But again, now you're climbing under the machine, all that other stuff. And I could easily remedy all this with a remote start. I love my remote start. It's nice and easy. Keep it in the cup holder. Everything turns on. Life is good. So, I mean, but again, that's just me. All right, that screw there. So, just don't want to lose sight of the screws here. Just got to get a little organized, that's all. Okay. All right. still see, yeah, we see it for the most part. Come back a little bit, I guess. All right, there we go. Okay, so we need K and L. So K and L. All right. So essentially what they're showing us here with K and L is just putting the dowels in and pulling out the shipping dowels. So for any of you that haven't seen it, let me turn this around so I can actually see what I'm doing here. So here's your back panel, right? And I know that there's been complaints about the buttons, but essentially this is your back panel. And as you can see here, everything's color coordinated, which is nice. So, that's one spot here where it looks like they did a great job making it, idiot proof. It's color coded. As long as you can line up the colors and match up the proper connectors, you're good to go. But, not a lot to see here, but still, pretty cool. All right. Well, awesome for the camera here. Move my monitor back. And we'll just we'll roll this here just so you can see it. Oh, wrong way. So this is a spot essentially that we're on right now. So it's wooden dowel time. How many we need? 4, 8, 12. That's close. So what they're showing here looks like that's good. It's a dowel there, dowel here, here, and here. So that's essentially that. I know I'm kind of far away here, but so we got those in place here, and the dust cover's coming in handy. So we can lay that face down and not scratch it. And the back piece here. All right, so here we go, the back piece here. Suppose I should have opened up all the plastic before, so I'm not wasting y'all's time. Here's what it is. But so this is obviously the upper back part of the playfield. All right, looks pretty good. It's clean, it's nice. All right, these going. So they're essentially showing going in second. Right. Yep. All right. I did not grab enough. All right. Cool. Stretch. There we So this is all square. That's all square. Oh, rectangle. That's that. Now we've got to put the dowels in here. And essentially, so if you look, you got your screw holes here, right? So that's where your bolts are going to go. And then your wooden dowels are going to go essentially here. The three kind of sort of, or the two that are in the middle of the hole, so to speak. So I don't know. Let's see, that's better. All right. So, excuse me. So screw here, dowel here, screw here, dowel here, screw here. So yeah, as I was saying, maybe I'll do one of these at super speed and just kind of talk over it. I said I was going to do that with the SSF kit, and still haven't gotten around to that. And I actually have the footage downloaded for that one, but competition season's coming up for Kate, which will keep us busy too. So we get to it when we get to it, right? Kids come first. All right, so done. Let's see. Ooh. Wood dowel time patent pending. Do us a favor and at least start the metal corner brackets on the front and back. It's a help. Oh, it'll help. They're a pain to hold in place and start otherwise. All right. It's good to know. Where are those suckers in the instructions? So let's take a look at that. All right. So they give you those, they give you those. Sides. Ah, all right. So those are the metal brackets. So I guess you're recommending that I start on the back then. So with the back and the front, start putting them in there. Figuring is what you're kind of saying. Right? Yeah. All right. So that makes sense. So we have this here. So where are our metal brackets? So the metal bracket is G, I think. Yeah. All right. So here's the metal brackets that you're talking about. Yeah, basically just loosely. Cool. All right. Good call, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Boom. Boom. Oh, all right. Let's see. So here's our front. Ah. Okay, cool. So to get them started, let's figure out what we need as far as the brackets are concerned. What we use. So I know we're going to wind up using the legs. So that looks like A. So in order to do this and to make our lives easier so we can keep it in place so we're not kind of fumbling around with the screws, right? Because we got to use the D screws, which are the little ones, which are these guys. Try not to drop them like I just did. So the way it works is, so back here, bring it up to you, make it a little bit easier as I lose the wooden dowels. So essentially, you got these brackets here. Hopefully I don't lose them, and hopefully you guys can see that. So that lines up like that on this side. But we also have that screw in the center. So we need to basically get this screwed in here like that, or at least started, so we're not kind of all over the place and fumbling and fighting to try to screw it all down into place after the fact. It's a good call, sir. Thank you. So cheat a little bit. Instead of fighting the bracket, kind of pre-drill it, so to speak, on both sides to make our lives easier. So at least we're not trying to screw it in while putting the bracket in place. We'll actually have it kind of piloted out a little bit so it goes right into place and you're not fighting. Now just do that. Find it. Boom. Not going to run it home per se. Get it tight enough that it's not going to swing on you. Okay. Just tight enough so see how it moves. So you can adjust it a little bit. But very good call, sir. Very good call. Now if I can only find the rest of the parts. Just wanted to see if the part would fit any other way, so to speak. There we go. Alrighty. So you guys that are still hanging out here, I know it's been a while. Been over, what? It's been an hour and 44 minutes already. I appreciate you guys hanging out and doing the thing and the stuff with me. Hopefully it's not time wasted and, you're learning something. And those folks that bought one of these that was like, shit, I didn't want to have to build this thing and all that other stuff. Hopefully, if you guys are watching it, you're like, we screwed up a little bit, but it's not all that hard. It's not all that rough. So if anything, if it helps set your mind at ease that this is not as a daunting process as what you guys thought, then that's cool too, right? Yeah, that's it. Well, that's the thing. Take your time, hurry up. Not going to finish it, copyright strike. But, that's the thing. You build at your own pace. Joel's cabinet sat in this spot right here for quite a little while, like in pieces. My wife was like, will you just get it done already? I'm trying, but ground floor, as I said, ground floor. So it was one of those things where, talking about instructions, right? It was a chance for us to go through the instructions and give Joel some ideas as to how to, pardon the expression, idiot proof them, right? What step am I supposed to do here? Because you have to remember, like, the guys that build this stuff, their brains are a lot bigger than somebody like mine, right? They designed it. They built it, so they know every intricate part. So when it comes time to assembling it, they're not thinking like us when it comes to assembly. they already know, they built it. They know everything there is to know about it. So sometimes those, what would be a very rudiment step for them could be a very complicated one for us building it out of the box. You know, and it's not like I built a ton of arcade one-ups. I got three here. I got a Star Wars, a converted Ridge Racer that's now a Crazy Taxi, and I have Joel's Build-A-Cade. I got a Popeye. You know, that's it. And all the stuff that I've done with my HD and my 4K. It's not like I have a ton of background in the building of all this stuff. So, you know, one of those things to keep in mind if you're a budding designer and you're putting stuff together, you know, you're gonna take that feedback and learn from other people. Learn from, you know, and it's not like you could say that it was a mistake or anything like that. It's just people who design aren't the same people that are potentially using it. So it's worth that, right? All right, so we got those in, we got that done. We got the dowels in there. Okay, so back on. Whoop, that didn't work. Try that again. Nope, that ain't gonna work. There we go. All right. So let's follow along here. So we're here. So next, it's all about the size. Cool. Like, talk about feeling like you're getting somewhere. All right. So I'm going to take the Playfield, or the bottom of the Playfield here. Get that out of the way for a moment. Not a lot of real estate. I don't want to dig it either. So yes, we'll plunger and whatnot. All this stuff. And we'll put it like, cool, out of the way. This doesn't need to be here. Put that over with the plexi, it's out of the way. All right. Okay, so they are telling us. So we're looking for I and K and 6 E's. So I. So there's K. Here's I. I gotta say, I'm very impressed. I mean, look at that. Look at that. And that's beautiful, isn't it? I mean, I think that looks great. Alrighty, so. Hold. Pin a hold it in place. Okay. Sorry, just catching up on the chat here, folks. Good primer for the build to come. So I went with the 3D parts. They're back there. I'm I'll put those in as part of the build. So we'll get this going. Now, again, one of the complaints folks had were these buttons. I mean, they don't feel like they're glued in. But certainly, yeah, see, all you need to do is push on them a little bit. You're going to have to really exert some effort to pop these out if you really want to change them. But, I mean, for $1,000, you know, I don't know that you can really complain about the buttons. So, let's go. So, let's see. You guys see it? Cool. Done. In. Now we just got to find the ease to lock down the side. I don't know how many I'm going to need, but one, two, and three. Come over here. I can hear myself and it's irritating the hell out of me. Sorry for my big ass. There we go. Nothing like hearing yourself blow back at you while you're trying to do the thing and the stuff. I don't necessarily know that I want to run these home yet, so to speak. But yeah, just feel the artwork. It feels nice. Like, I don't know how scratch resistant it is and all that other stuff, but it really is nice. All right, so now they're showing us sliding that piece in and locking it down to I. Alrighty, cool. Let's move some of this stuff out of the way. Put the hat on. What do you think? Is it me? So, somebody could probably fact check me on this here, but I remember hearing the story of how the Mad Hatter came about. And apparently, back in the day, the way they used to make hats, they used to use mercury, as I understand it, to make the hats stiff, for lack of a better term, and to stand up and not wilt in the rain and all that other stuff. Apparently, they had used mercury to do all that, which, wow. But, on the other hand, they, it's not like they knew better. And, I'm sure the rich people didn't care how everything got done and made and all that stuff. But as I understand it, they were so whacked out from the mercury, basically, poisoning themselves as part of their job, that people would go mad and look basically go crazy making these hats due to the poisoning. And Carol saw this as part of, his daily life when he was trying to write this book for this kid. And supposedly that's how the Mad Hatter came about. Was these guys that were making these hats that were going crazy. He saw them coming out of the factory and saw how batshit they were, for lack of a better term, and that's where the idea came from. But that's what I have. Huh, here we have it. Yeah, right. But supposedly that's how it was. Carol came up with the Mad Hatter. Alrighty, so we got that done. We need 6 E's. 2, 3, 6. All right. So we got the 6 for the side and the bottom. Very cool. Cool. All right. So essentially, fit it into place, and then we lock it down. Easier said than done, I think, a little bit here, especially when you put one of the friggin' wood dowels in where the screw is supposed to go. Jackass. So just keep that in mind. Watch your placement. And at the end of the day, not a huge deal, but still. There. Well, that's right. This. It's only supposed to get 2, not 3. All righty. Got it. Wink. Okay, there we go. So 2 dowels on the side, not 3. Part of the problem I'm running into is this little lip here with my protective sheet. Keep it from scratching it. Keeps popping out. Dirty joke. Yeah, so we'll get one side, then we'll get this caught. And we make sure that the other side is in. But my problem was that this here was kind of getting caught in between, since these two aren't, kind of not laying on top of each other. But at the end of the day, I thought about taping it down, and then I realized that would be a bad idea. So we get the front and back in, and then we'll get the center. So far, so good as far as the screw pins. I only had that one that I needed to adjust so far, which is great. So, like, I get some of the questioning of quality control and all that other stuff, but you know, so far aside from spots that I personally missed, you know, taking your time, going easy, doing it the right way. This has been relatively easy for the most part. Okay. So we have K and I done. Move on to the next step. We go. There we go. All righty. So it looks like we're just going to lay it on its side after the fact, after we get L into place. All right. So L. Boom. You should line it up. Nice and easy. Don't want to kneel on that. That would suck. Duh. Nice job, dumbass. Here we go. So yeah, don't do that. They said don't run them in. You can run around and tighten up all the sides and stuff when you finish putting the box together. Oh, all right, so that's how they keep the... So there's this little purple nub right here that I guess that's what helps keep the lockdown bar on, even though it supposedly it slips off a little bit. I mean, by rights, yeah, they probably should have put a screw in it, but on the other hand, like Monday Night Quarterbacking it, right? Yeah, could you have put a screw in here? Yeah, but I think the problem would have been if you put a screw in over here, you'd have issues with when you're trying to play, it rubbing against your hand, and we have a Need for Speed 2 at the local Yestercades that's got a screw, an odd screw on it like that. And it makes it difficult to play for long periods of time because that screw is constantly rubbing on your hand. It hurts. I mean, I love that game, but in some ways it's, whoa, probably shouldn't do that either. So yeah, watch when you do that. I was dummy and I grabbed it here. That could have gone bad. So maybe try from the sides versus, you know, I mean, this is just, it's floppy. Needs a little Cialis maybe. Viagra. Or what's the new one, right? Blue Chew. Friend of mine is a pharmacist, and he tells me a lot of stories. So I see something about a topper in there. I can't 100% read it, but as far as toppers are concerned, like, I know everybody went, you know, there were a lot of folks that ultimately bought the one that came with the machine. I opted not to do it. Some of you guys in the chat might know Angel Otero, Disability. Dude's friggin' amazing. My thought was, I'm going to go to him and see if he can do me a nice 3D custom topper for my machine versus, you know, getting the one that came with it. Look, don't get me wrong. I think that one's amazing. I think it looks great. And hopefully I can just put this down for a minute so I can show you. I got one that I broke, which is sad, which sucks, because this is my favorite piece, and at some point I'll make the effort to reach out to him to replace it. When Buy Stuff was putting their 360 wheel stuff together, and I thought we were going to get an arcade one-up cabinet, I was talking to him about it, and he said he was going to send me another one of these, but I mean, it's got a big friggin' crack. Where? It's got a big crack in it. Right here. But I mean, look at that, minus the dust. But for any of you guys that have ever seen me do the walk-up part of the 4K, like, I mean, look at this. This is amazing. So I'm hoping that he can make me something Alice in Wonderland-esque for the 4K versus, you know, going with the original topper. You know, just something different, right? I mean, I'm not knocking anybody that got the topper. I mean, it looked amazing. It's just, you know, for me, I wanted something a little bit different. So, you know, there's alternatives out there is all I'm saying. And a guy like Angel Otero does amazing work. Love that guy. The other day, he posted about somebody sending pictures of him. Said, I know that there's pictures of me going around the internet, of me in the shower, and I'm not, forgot how it went, but, you know, I'm not, you know, I'm strong enough or whatever, and I'm not ashamed. Put a picture of the one that's going around in the comments, and it was a picture of a shower with the word me in it, which I thought was absolutely hysterical. So this part's a little tough, gonna lie. Ooh, got a finger too. Hey, but it's it. Yeah, so watch your fingers when you're doing this. When it drops into place, it's not very forgiving. So yeah, I mean, aside from the part of lining this up and everything else, I mean, this went fairly easy. Fairly easy. Kind of looking down the angle, looks like I got a little rub there. I don't think it's anything that I'm going to notice when the light's not shining directly on it. Probably would have been a good idea to put a piece of you know, film over the top of this too to protect it in shipping. Again, I know that adds cost, but just from the standpoint of keeping this pretty and nice and clean and keeping it from getting scratched during shipment and everything else, I mean, that would have been a better idea than, I think, you know, on top of bagging it. But again, it's cost. How much more can you throw on to protect the machine or whatever? Everybody hates the idea of cutting costs, but at the end of the day, it also poses that question as to, you know, what's more cost effective? What pieces can you cut out to save money so you can make the price cheaper for the consumer? Because at the end of the day, you know, if it's not the right price, it's not going out the door. You know, and the way inflation's been, I mean, anybody that's ordered stuff from Buy Stuff knows, like, the inflation and the tariffs and all that stuff adds a cost not only to their business but us. So, you know, if it's not the right price, it doesn't go out the door, and all of this is for naught. So a lot of playing devil's advocate here and there. Let's see here. Just if you're needing any of them. True. Thankfully, I don't need them. Not saying it's wrong or bad if you do, but thankfully I don't need them. But yeah, sometimes having a pharmacist as a good friend comes in handy. It's like having a sister that's a nurse. My sister's a nurse, and although we don't really refer to her as Nurse Jeannie, it's Dr. Jeannie. I'm called Dr. Jeannie.
I got this rash.
Dr. Jeannie, So, yeah. Yeah, look at this. I mean, it's, holy shit, it's starting to look like something. All right. Cool. So we got a box. I'm not looking forward to putting a Playfield in. Excuse me, I'm not going to lie. My back certainly is not feeling it today. But it is what it is. So, to Becon's credit thought process here, hanging on to one of these bags is a real good idea. Just to take care of all the garbage that you make at the end of the day here. I'll put this in my pocket because I'll go looking for it. So, next step. What do we got here? Wake up. All right. So now it's the fun part of those screws, right? All right. So I have to be honest though, I'm like not too keen on trying to put this down on the floor to work on it. I wonder if my step ladder trick will work. Let me see. Let me go grab my step ladders. Be right back. So, close the door to keep the dogs out. So, when I used to try to fool around with the ALP 4K, let's try that. Ooh. Stay. All right, cool. Whenever I was working with the legs off it or something like that, sometimes I used a snack tray. Probably not the smartest idea, but this is why we always keep these things around. I would use the step ladders, or if I couldn't find them, because sometimes this stuff goes missing, I would use the snack trays and put it up on the snack tray to get myself, get it up in the air to be able to work on it a little bit. So let's see. This is either going to be awesome or go totally friggin' wrong. Let me see. Let's do this one. Alrighty. Boom. All right. So let's see. Hopefully I don't screw this up. This is either going to, like I said, this is going to be either a great idea or go terribly wrong. Boom. So this way we can actually work on it, right? So Yeah, sorry, Mr. Encoder. You know, I go slow. Slow and steady. I'm the, what do you call it? The tortoise? But, let's see, how's that look? Just trying to raise it up a little bit to, not that you really need to see my ugly face, but so you can see, you know, the work that's actually happening here. Let's see. I think that's good, right? So, see if this works. Little flyby. Hopefully, I don't want to get anybody sick or anything, but basically, that's just the inside of the cabinet. Right. So back here is where we got to get on those screws. So hopefully you guys will be able to see that. Let me see if I can adjust this a little bit. Point down a little bit. Move in. Just got to get the cord out of the way. I think that's a little bit better now. So at least you can see the work on the inside of the machine as we do it. Now, this is where maybe the iFixit screwdriver will come into play because, let's face it, it's a lot smaller. So this is where my new Craftsman kit comes into play because I just lost the screw underneath the power supply, and we don't want that. So see if we can get it. Oh, hey, caught a fish. Caught a fish. There we go. Got some screws. Let's just make sure that this area is clear. You don't want screws underneath there. Got it. Boom. So always keep one of these around. They're very handy. The is up a little high, so might be a little bit more difficult to work on, but you know, for somebody like me, I'm 6'2", so this kind of makes it easy in the sense that we can lock it down and hopefully you guys can see everything real good. You raise up the monitor a little bit too. Cool. Now I can see you. That's it. Going slow is better than going too fast and screwing stuff up. But, you know, it's unfortunate they don't make this iFixit kit anymore, but this thing was baller. I mean, if you are working, except when the magnetic tip magnetizes everything and the screw keeps going in the wrong direction. This was one of those kits that they stopped making, which is a shame because it has everything. You want to work on your laptop, you got to pull apart your Nintendo, your Saturn, whatever. It's even got the security screws in it. Like, best kit ever. So, but unfortunately, they don't make it anymore, which sucks. All right, let's grab that screwdriver. Make sure it's all snug. Again, you know, you got to remember too that when we're doing this, we are driving it into wood. We don't want to strip the wood. So just, you know, be deliberate, take your time, and don't overcrank it. All right, so we'll move on to the next set in the back here. Unfortunately, you won't be able to watch the front, but hopefully it doesn't take too long. I'll pull back though, so you know, see my my arms and stuff. Nobody wants a close-up of an elbow, especially a 50-plus-year-old elbow. But yeah, and that's the thing with these builds. Like, it's not a race. Like, I get it; it's a live stream, and you want to keep people engaged and all that. And I'm doing the best I can with that. But ultimately, you take your time and you do this at your own pace, because the last thing you want to do is make a mistake and be here longer because you got to pull half the machine apart. To Fat Hog's point, I think it was Fat Hog who, said you don't want to be part X and realize that you forgot to do something at part C, and you got to do it all over again, pull it all apart. And that's what I went up doing, unfortunately, with the Popeye. I would put it together and be like, oh, damn it, I missed the spot, missed a step. And then I pull the cam locks out, rearrange everything, pull the side off, put the piece back in, rinse, wash, repeat like 3 times. Like, you need to see whether or not something's idiot proof. Send it my way. I guarantee I'll screw it up at least once, maybe twice. Alrighty. So pull this back here. I'm going to spin the monitor so I can see. We can get this adjusted properly again. Alrighty, so let's see. Here we go. So if you guys haven't noticed, the Superman nut, right? So that clock up there, that clock, for any of you guys from Jersey, not that I know that there's anybody out there, any of you guys out there, stripping and screwing, what kind of, well, life lessons by Billy Woods Mods, Howdy, folks, I hope you're doing well. Today, we're going to be talking about screwing and gluing, right? Yeah. So, anyway, that Superman clock up there, easily 35 years old. I think I got that when I was like 12 or 13. It was this place called the Union Market. The Union Market was kind of like one of those seedy indoor flea markets. And anyway, the guy that I bought the clock from was like, it's the last one. Wound up charging me like a small fortune for it, all that stuff. But to its credit, it's held up. Still, I got to replace the clock mechanism, but not bad for a poster that somebody put on a piece of foam, put wood strips on the back of it to keep it straight, and then shellacked it. Not much to it. And it's yellowed over time, as you can see, and everything else, but they don't make stuff like that anymore. But that's the story about that Superman clock. Cool. Good. I'm glad that it's, thanks for that. Yeah, the Playfield, so far, I walked around and I pressed on it all over the place. I didn't take it out of the bag yet, but I walked around with it. I pressed on the Playfield real good, and I made sure that I didn't have anything loose in it, or at least, as of right now, nothing loose. Now, It's not to say that I'm not going to drop it into the playfield and something might pop loose. You know, we cross that bridge when we come to it. But ultimately, you know, for right now, it's good. So that's that. So got one more set of screws to do, and then we are set. Now I got to figure out what I did with those screws. See? Told you I'd lose them. Told you I'd lose them. Only got one there. There's the ease. Okay. Go. So I'm going to loosen this one up. Oh, yeah. Sorry. As my kids say, big back. Dad, you're a big back. Although she doesn't say that anymore. I used to be 270. So that was like 2 years ago. So yeah, if you watch some of my early videos where it's like, oh, hi guys, how are you? This is Billy Woods. You'll see a much larger, much thicker guy than I am now. I don't know if the dogs are going to go crazy. My wife just came home, so no barking. But wifey's home. So yeah, you'll see a much more rotund fellow than I am now. There we go. All right, all the screws are in. What's next? What's next? All right, so caution, caution, caution. Did what with the keyboard? Next. All right, so ooh, it's leg time. It's leg day. So looks like the illustration looks a little odd to me. Looks really odd to me. Y's and Z's. All right, I get it now. Okay. The way the angles look on it, if you notice, like the way the angles look on the screen itself, like these look completely straight and these look angled. So that's what was kind of throwing me for a loop here. So, but since I don't have the box upside down, this might be a little interesting, but it looks like they only go one way, right? So let's see here. I'm going to move the panel around. I know it's upside down. Come on, man. I'm dyslexic. Work with me here. All right. So let's drop it down a little bit too, so you can see. So, like, obviously this is the wrong side because we only have two, we only have the one hole on the side here. So this will go over here, which was a Z, if I remember correctly. No, which was a Y. So this side gets a Z. And we want A's for this. Now, this is another one of those mod things that folks are probably going to want to do. I certainly will be looking into it, but I think black would look better than the chrome, but that's just me. That's just me. So, but yeah, I think this will work out a little bit better. Might be a little difficult to get the oh my God, the step ladder out of the way. But, you know, because we're up in the air right now, but, you know, you'll kind of lean it on its legs. Maybe I should be putting the front on first. I don't know. But, you know, getting this up in the air, and then I think the fun part too is going to be getting this level. Probably would be smarter to level it before you put the playfield in, just so you can work it a little bit more. But, you know, what do I know? I'm just a hack. This is interesting. So just trying to get it like lined up a little bit better. You notice now I can't. There we go, I think. Nope, that ain't it. Let's pull that out. Do it like this the first time. Oop. All right, so that's that. Huh. Maybe I do have it backwards. Because this isn't quite lining up. So I'm figuring this must be the front. Because, you know, to RTX's point, it's backwards, right? So it's got to make sense in some way. Why? Where's the angle? Maybe it's the angle. Maybe I don't have the angle right. Let's try one more time. Because according to the instructions, that's how it's supposed to be. All right, let's line it up. I guess I was just not doing it right. You know, sometimes you just take a step back and you look at it and then, oh, epiphany. All righty. Cool. All right. Nope, that ain't it. That's it. This is a 3/16-ish. Let's see what happens. There we go. Done. Huzzah! Not very magnetic. But hey, whatever. Cool. Legs are on. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the back, so then I can hopefully pull that step ladder out, and then we'll work on the front. So take a walk with me. Okay, let's see. We got it there. Cool. We got it there. You see the movement on my monitor over there, and it's kind of tripping me out a little bit. Since it's a little behind, you know. But, let's get the dust cover out of the way. Dust cover out of the way. Do yourself a favor. Don't kneel on these. Ow. It's not good. Caught a little piece of it when I kneeled down. Not good. Sweet. Lost it. All right. Now these, since their support, I'm running these guys home. I don't want anything to happen to me, you know. All right, cool. Boom. All right. So let's see how this goes. Oh, come on. Cool, I think. See? Use your noodle. Oh, let's see. All righty. Cool. All righty. So now it's on to the front. And we'll do the same thing, but get a little closer to the TV, maybe. I don't know. But starting to look like something, right? Looking pretty good. Pretty good. So here we go over here. Get things repositioned. So you guys can kind of see what's going on. Don't mind the mess. And we'll drop it a scotch. There we go. Cool. So get the front done. That's right. We want A's, not the B's. Not the B's. Funny story about the not the B's. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen The Wicker Man, whether it be the OG or the Nicolas Cage version. But shout out to my little brother. I don't know if he's watching. I doubt it. Should be working, little brother. Just saying. Anyway, young kid, Jersey, doing the local Jersey band thing. He had a little group with his buddies called Not the Bees. And Unfortunately, they didn't really go anywhere. They're a pretty solid band, but I think you can even look them up on Spotify. It's been a while, but they used the clip in one of their songs. Not the beat. It's hysterical. Hysterical. Alrighty, so we got that started. Get this going here. You see that big old head. Oop. Done. All right. We have legs. What's the time check here? Jeez, it's almost 4 o'clock. You know what that means, though? You know what that means? It's almost beer 30. Almost beer 30. Also means my little one will be getting home from school soon. I say a little one, she's 11 years old now. Jesus. But my little baby Kate. 11. All right. So I'm not going to go too crazy leveling this thing out now, though. I want to wait till I get it over by the 4K to do that. So, you know, wait till we get the Playfield in and we start playing and everything else. It's not going to be 100%, but it'll be good enough to test it out, right? So. Worked out pretty good. Not bad using the step ladders. Let's see. Trying to get you guys far enough back so you can actually see it. But thinking it's looking pretty good. Cool. And the best part of this, we don't have to break our asses trying to flip it over. No ass breaking trying to flip it over. But I am going to get this out of the way because I know it'll take me for a ride. Cool. Alrighty. So, what's next? What's next is a sip. Sip of the very cold tea. All right. So, what do we got here? Next, we're on 12. Ooh, back box time. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Pretty good. Nice and easy. Boom. Look at that. Look at that. Quick. What do you guys think so far? I'm really impressed with it so far. I mean, we haven't fired it up, played it, or anything like that, but so far so good. Oh, the zip tie. It's a zip tie. Let me get the cutters. So got a little bit of everything in it. It's a big mug. It's solid for storage. Keep it behind the monitor. You need them. You need cutters. You need screwdriver. It's all there. You know, obviously, be careful. You don't want to cut through the wire. But that's that. All right, so let's screw this down. We need what do we need? We need bees, I think. For this. 4 bees for this. All right. And did what with the bees? Here's the bees. So 4 bees. And so for the bees here, they go right in here. So a little jiggle to get it going, I guess. Feels like it's cross-threading though. A little snug. Let's see what happens there. So with this though, I kind of feel like they should have some sort of washer or something, maybe just being a little too over the top here with it. But like, I kind of feel like they should have put a washer or something in there just to kind of protect the artwork a little bit. Yeah. Faux coin door would be fantastic. I really like that idea. Maybe if I ever get around to getting that 3D printer, I'll give it a shot. Not that I'm that kind of guy. That's more retro 530s territory. All right, so these weren't really cross-threading. They were just snug. But I mean, goes in nice and easy. You know, just, I guess I didn't have enough leverage with my dinky little fingers. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to get them close to tight, just so I have a little bit of play on the other side. Make sure that they're loose enough. I'm going to disappear on the other side for a minute, take care of this side. And that, with these 2 screws, pretty much takes care of all the bees. All the bee screws. Sweet. Just spin. Spin, spin, spin. They said to this, you know, little set that one of those impulse buys from whatever pop-up, from whatever site. I can't remember where the pop-up came up for this little ratchet thing here, but this thing has come in so handy. I mean, it's not like they're up on Facebook, or not Facebook, Amazon. I know you can find them on Amazon because I found them by mistake. But you know, for this thing that I thought was going to be a piece of junk, while it doesn't feel like it's built the best, I mean, it does a great job. Great job. Cool. So back box is in place. Nice and snug. Not that I want to lift it by the back box, but we're good. So yeah, I mean, looking like a real pinball machine. Right? I mean, pretty damn nice. Get some of this stuff out of the way here. These sheets out of the way. So much for printing up the instructions. But yeah, looking pretty good, in my opinion. Pretty sweet. All right. Let's stop talking about how nice I think it looks and move on to the next step. You guys got other stuff to do today. All right, so now we're on to the wiring, which is cool. Dial this back up a little bit. So I'm not 100% sure where that wire is, though. I don't recall seeing it when I was unpacking. Go through the stuff here and take a look. Pinball. Why? Why? Never opened this stuff. Here's that razor blade. Razor blade. Look at your chat. Oh. I'm looking at the chat. Ignore that step. They plug them all into the Playfield. Ah. Okay. Good stuff. Gotcha. But why? All right. Well, that was dumb. Why the fuck did you do that? Why would you do that? Make us feel like idiots. The fuck? Yeah. See, brought the jersey out, mate. You dicks. Come on, man. Ignore that step. Moving on. Thank you. Fuckers are the reason why I drink. All right, moving on. So I guess this is all Playfield stuff then? Nope. And so now we got to connect. Connect the connectors. Bring this up over here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get into the Playfield so you guys can see it. We'll give it a shot. Whoa. Close enough, I guess, right? So we got the tape on the sides here. Well, tape. And we find the blue connection. like so. All right. So looks like the notch is on the outside here. I can see it better on the white one than I can the blue one. So let me see here. So this part of the connector on the outside. Boom. Snap right in. Next. The greenie. Green goes to green. They definitely had a guy like me in mind when they did this. Done. Sweet. Sweet. All right. Oh, whoa, that's the ceiling. I don't think you want to see that. Boink. There we go. Whoa, whoa. Little loose. Little loose. Cool. All right. All right. So we got that. We got that. What, like the next step, putting the playfield in? God help me. Because that's the other pucker factor. I'm not gonna lie. Like that's the next one I'm concerned with is dropping the playfield in. Or I want you to put all the pieces and parts on the playfield first. So the plunger goes in, like you put the playfield in, but if I remember correctly, they had it up in the air so you could put the plunger and everything else in. Now, I have the 3D parts. I don't necessarily know that I want to torture you guys with installing the 3D parts, or at least the plunger, because the plunger, I feel like is going to add like another half hour to the process. Plus, you know, that information's pretty much readily online, but excuse me. Yeah, didn't install. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, we don't have the knob yet. So for you guys that haven't seen it yet, I mean it's pretty nice. I mean it's plastic. I'm pretty concerned that like this will scratch. I mean I don't know. Maybe it won't, but I guess only time will tell, right? But I mean, pretty solid, pretty nice. I mean, got a hell of a sheen to it. So very nice there. Let's see. We have the cat, Cheshire cat. I mean, it's really nice. I mean, the detail on it is pretty phenomenal. Cool. Where do you install a piss trough with a one? Bro. What's nice about being on the ground floor. You just cut a hole in and wherever it goes is wherever it goes. And then the Mad Hatter, they have the instruction in it, you know, in the Mad Hatter. But no cord or anything with him. He's just a spring. So, but I mean, again, detail pretty solid on that. Pretty cool. I did not see what you said about didn't install the coin thing yet because you don't have the. And then I installed the other 3 parts because they didn't come in the Playfield. I installed the plunger first, then the Playfield. All right. When you install the Playfield, make sure it aligns with the V arch in the metal rails. Right. I remember Beacon saying that if you don't, that he wound up scratching the side art when he put it in because he put it in wrong. So, like, I get that. But yeah, it's doesn't appear to be much to the plunger. Not much to the plunger at all. So here's the plunger. But when you pull this all apart, I know that there's rings and the ring, you got to worry about the ring and then the spring on the inside. But I mean, not bad. I'll get the screws for that and roll over to that real quick. We'll get that installed. We'll zip past this. Yeah, see, they don't even install the plunger until after. Here's all your wiring, back plate, plunger, the 4 screws. We're using C for that. All right, so sorry, didn't realize you guys couldn't see the screen there. So they show the plunger going in after the fact. What kind of like trips me up here is looking at how that playfield is, I mean, all the way forward like that in there. Yeah, this is definitely the pucker moment, right? All right. So a lot of caution and blah, 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 and so on and so forth. So let's see. Where are you guys at? All right. So didn't scratch the side art. The castle didn't clear because, all right. Mine is stuck together. I emailed them, no reply yet. Just make sure to not force it in. Yeah. Make sure that you don't force it in. Got it. All right. So then are you guys saying that I should install the castle and all that other stuff first then and then put the playfield in like the instructions say, or should I do that after the fact? That's the big question, right? Yeah, install the models first. All right. And we'll go ahead and install the models first. All righty. So I guess let's get this kind of sort of out of the way a little bit. We'll get the playfield in place on the floor, get it opened up, and we'll install the models. Cool. So yeah, the big concern with doing down periscope. little bit. There we go. Here we got the Playfield. I'm lowering the Playfield, right. Yeah, I remember that. I remember seeing that. When you lower the Playfield, you pull the plunger back and let's get it opened up. Well, it looks pretty good. Let's give you a flyover. Whoa. So, I mean, bear with me here because I'm watching more of the monitor than anything else. But, I mean, looks pretty good. I mean, the rails are nice. So that's, you know, the big concern. Do we have any flex in here? And put you guys down so you can see, but no flex whatsoever in the Playfield. So at least, you know, that fear that the fear that this was going to be a problem, or you know, that maybe it was widespread and maybe I'm a lucky one, but at the end of the day, I got a good Playfield, so, you know, no concerns. Let's see if we can angle this a little bit better. Let's see. We're back, baby. Yeah. Yeah, 3 hours so far. I mean, look, I'm not in a rush. I mean, I want to do it right. And, you know, I go slow. I was on the short bus as a kid, man. It takes me a while to get stuff done. So that is that. But let's get the plastics on. Speaking of the plastics, we'll, once I get this open here, I'll give you a nice, good shot of the castle so you can get a good look at it. But here you go. Here's the castle. And it looks pretty damn good. I mean, it is just a piece of plastic, but definitely molded, or at least it looks that way, not, you know, 3D printed or anything like that. So pretty nice. No, I didn't get the Mad Hatter topper. As I had said earlier, I elected not to get it. Ultimately, I'm going to move around the back to do this the right way. But ultimately, I decided that I wanted something a little bit more custom. So I'm going to be reaching out to Angel Otero to see if he can come up with something for me. Because, you know, that's kind of more my speed. I wanted a little something different. There we go. So it's a little tough to see, but there's plastic pins that these line up in, and I remember them mentioning that it's like friction. So they pop down in. Make sure it's snug, but don't overdo it. Another thing too is looking at these, you can actually feel there's a little bit of these cards are printed up on top, not down on the bottom. So, I do have some concern that maybe this will wear a little bit since it's printed up on top. But again, we won't know until we use the hell out of it, right? But looks great, feels great, smells new. So, all right, that's all wired into place now, so we're good there. Now, as I said, with the toys I got, since I got the 3D printed parts, I'm going to be installing those. But we'll get the caterpillar next. Just want to scroll on that just so I can see it. Something to be said for these microphones too, man. Like, this thing's been going for 3 hours and it was 90%. So the fact that it's still going, it's pretty good. So here's the caterpillar. Right now, this it feels it's rubbery. It's not like plastic. Like, see, it's all rubber, which is cool. I figure given its placement, it might get whacked or something. So this is the fact that it's rubberized is good in my opinion. This guy's pretty easy. So he just goes right there. Line up the holes. There it goes. Because with it being here around the rail, I would imagine that it's going to has the potential of getting tapped and popped. So it being rubberized certainly helps. Let's see. Sweet. All right. So just for those that I'm not going to be installing this, but here's the original Mad Hatter. So here's the original Mad Hatter. I mean, it's nice. It looks great, but not much to it. Now the cat looks fun. Obviously, in my opinion, a 3D printed one's better, but you check out the cat. So the ball would come around and, bat it around a little bit, which is kind of fun. But there's your shot of the cat. All right. So take a look at, so when you get your cat and Mad Hatter, they give you this here. So I mean, it's just a one sheet. So essentially, you follow the instructions for the placement of the originals. So like Mad Hatter, and wow, let me see here. Well, trying to find the spot here. Just bear with me. Wow. There we go. So down in there, right, that's where the spring goes. So you see that little nub? That's where it's going to go. And it's friction, so it just pops on, push it down, and we're good. And what's interesting too is, you know, you got the little ball already in there. Gonna knock around. You know, I'm psyched to fire this up. I'm not gonna lie. Let's get the mushroom caps on. So mushroom cap is, again, it's friction, so it's just push on and there you go. Now, I know that there was one person that mentioned that these popped off when they were playing and split around and they put a little piece of glue on there. I'd be leery of doing that personally, just in case you needed to pull this apart for some reason. But, I mean, very solid. All right. Now, what the hell did I do with the cat? What did I do with the cat? The old one. There's the cat. So, alrighty. Just got to double check where he went. All right, so the cat actually gets screwed it down into place. So the cat goes back here like that, and then, all right, so there's pinholes. All right, cool. So let me flip this around so you guys can get a better look. That's good, right? I think you guys can see that. So our friend the cat goes in this section right here. So you got these two holes where the cat drops in. Obviously, don't install it without pulling the wire out first, but pops right into place. And then we need two screws, which are the D screws. There we go, D screws. These screws. And then they just pop in here. And here. All right. Cool. All right. Now, oh. Ooh. Wow, this is lodged in. Gonna have to fall back. See, big cup comes in handy. Now this again, I don't think you really want to run it home all that hard. You know, it's that hole we're screwing into wood. And I mean, look, it's like real solid plywood, but again, at the end of the day, it's plywood that you don't have any reinforcement on. You're just screwing it in. Don't want to strip it. Cool. And then there's a notch back here. So this notch piece goes to the back over there. That's it. We're done. Cool. Let's see. It's a good question about turning down the solenoids. I know that they were a little. I know that they were a little loose at some point, where like they would kind of die off. All right, I guess now it's time to put the playfield in. Yes, it's time to put the playfield in. Pucker time. Pucker time. All right. We'll adjust up. So far, so good, right? I do think, though, I'm going to wait to put the plunger in until after I get the playfield in. Because that's the part, honestly, that concerns me the most. Yes, the pucker part of the stream. Alrighty. Let's just pull all the stuff out. Did what with the keyboard? There's the keyboard. Okay, so. All right, so there's not much other than caution, caution. All right. Let's do it. Something's not happening. All right, so we got that there. Almost like it's too tight. Oh. So far, so good, although you've been looking at my back the whole damn time. My apologies. Here we go. It's a start. Don't screw it up. All righty. All right, so let's see. So we got the notches here. So we're in the notches. And they have us stand it up. I mean, I'm not going to lie, it's not light. I mean, it's not crazy heavy, but still, it's not light. That's like a holy shit moment right there. Don't be jealous. I'm sure somebody locally is going to have one of these by you. You can come play it and test it out. Maybe it's not the maybe it's not the machine that you thought it was, you know, because I know that you were RTX. I know you were kind of worried about, you know, kind of what it was and everything else, and some of the features that, you know, a real machine should have, and it doesn't. And, you know, worst comes to worst, man, you can always come to Jersey. We'll have you out. Go to Yesicades and hit the Asbury Park Pinball. You know, be a good time. That goes for anybody in the community who wants to hang out. Like, so here we're just going to do a quickie over the playfield here. So this is just a real close up, slow as I can go kind of view of everything. I mean, that's the engineering that goes into this stuff, man, is insane. Boggles my mind. And then you got, you know, all of this here. So, I mean, no small feat. And again, for what it is and the price, there's a lot to this machine, man. A lot to this machine. I mean, look at the solenoids. It's crazy. Huh? Right? Like, pretty cool. All right, I'll stop yakking and I'll just check one more time. Yeah, absolutely. Nerd tech perspective, hardware is cool. Leave it to you, Mr. Encoder, to know what's going on in here. And it runs Android, right? So I believe somebody already got into the safe mode on it and was, you know, noted that they could tool around in there. Not that they were going to do it, but noted that they could tool around in there. So that was pretty cool. All right. All right. So let's get a little bit more light in here. But I got a lot of meat on these, but there you go. Okay, get some light in there. Cool. Okay, so I guess at this point now it's time to start connecting up the wiring, right? So we got that going there. I don't know what 100% of what you guys can see. So essentially, all right, so we've got this guy, we got the power cord, which I do believe comes around this way. All right, so we've got these here. All right. So that goes up front here. Just tracing it all out for a second before I bring you guys in to like really look at it. All right, cool. Okay. Let's see. All righty. Boom. It's going to be kind of tough to see, but ultimately this piece goes in here like that. It should just click in, which it just did. And then there's a black connector behind here. This goes back in there. Boom. That's it. That's done. Although I know nobody's going to see it, but it would drive me crazy if I had the wire under that wire. So that's essentially it. So now everything that needs to be hooked up to the front appears to be hooked up to the front. So we have this here, which goes up to V up here on the board. So all right. All right. So this guy goes up here. Well, hang on. Let's try that. Goes up in here. Get that out of the way. So right up in there. And there's a notch over here and the notch over there. So just easier said than done. Come on. That one you needed a little bit of extra tension to put on. My suggestion would be put your finger behind here when you're doing it so you don't overly flex the board. But that's that there. Now we're looking at we got this. Now we got to get these around to the front, or excuse me, around to the back. So we're going to just pass those through. Not that I think it matters, but make sure you keep yourself out. Well, yeah, I guess it does. Keep your side inside the rails. This part's going to be a little tough to show you, I think. Let's see if we can swing you around. How are we looking? All right. Raise you up. Let's see. There we go. All right. So, you know, can't show you all of it, but essentially you work yourself around the back here. And then we just fish this up. Go. Fish that up through. I found a loose screw. That would have been bad. All right. So easy peasy. Obviously, the easy part pops right in there. And then we've got a ridge up on top here, which is going to line up with the top here. I don't know if my mic is still working. Yeah, it looks like it's still going. I really can't see it. There we go. And that is that. Cool. We are wired the fuck up. Woo woo. All right. Dude, come on. Ask me about my winner. All right. Just spamming stupid shit. Cool. So that's that. All right, so now we got the plastic plate. Oh, Smush is home. Hi, Smush. All right. I know I talked. Y. Somewhere around here. That's H. I lost H or Y or whatever it was. All right, we ain't gonna worry about it. That'll be an after the stream. Huh, no, it won't. Here it is. So I guess they don't really show you putting the playfield down. We're putting a plastic piece on, which is kind of odd. Maybe I glazed over it. I don't know. But I'll roll back on that and see. Yeah, so I don't know how they expect you to install that, with the playfield up, but whatever. We'll do that after. Let's get the plunger in. Bring that back. Now's the part where I've kind of lost some of my pieces and parts, so we'll be hunting and looking here and there. But at least we got the C-screws and the plunger. So that's up next. I'm sorry it's taken so long to get this done, guys. I mean, I know I started late, which certainly didn't help. You can come in, you can say hi.
Shaking on and on. What are you doing?
Just don't sing anything. We're on a live. We're live.
Oh,
No, the camera's over here, love.
oh, my bad.
Camera's over here.
Hello.
Okay, all right. Everybody, this is my daughter, Kate. Kate, that's the chat. Hi to everyone. What are you doing?
Hello. Do you hear the music?
Oh, don't play the music. Don't give me a copy strike.
No. But do you hear it?
Yes, I hear it. Cool. We got an extra screw, which is nice. Mom's looking for you there, lovey.
Hold on, Mama.
So, plunger's fairly easy, obviously. I don't feel like playing with the I don't feel like trying to hunt down the although probably a better option considering what that's going to be like to try to work with it. Let's see here. Oh, nope. Next. All right. So what we're using here is a 15 Torx. That should work in here, hopefully. There we go. So number 15 works.
You've been live for a long time.
Yes, I have.
3 hours.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Lovey. Thanks for stopping by. All righty. Kid, everyone. Thank you. Okay. There's not much to the plunger. I mean, this is how I usually do this kind of stuff, where I go corner to corner. Make it a little bit easier. But yeah, using something like this is a heck of a lot easier than trying to use that Allen wrench. That's just, like, I appreciate the inclusion, but pain in the neck, especially around the plunger. I mean, it's not like you could pull it. I guess maybe you could pull it back, but I guess that would be even harder, right? Like to, oh, did we finally kill it? Nope. Thought maybe I finally broke it. We're going the wrong way now. But trying to use that Allen wrench around the knob, the plunger knob is just brutal. So if you have something like this, or the Craftsman set that I was using, like, that certainly would help. But yeah, the T15 here does the job. Cool. So the plunger is done. Sweet. Like I said, I'll do the new one when we actually get the real knob. I just feel like it's not worth the time right now. But it's not. All right. Plunger's in. Let's move this off to the side here. And let's do it. All right, so there we go. All right, got it started. So you got the handle here, so you can pull the plunger out. It's not dropping in though. I feel like I'm hitting something. If I'm not far enough back. Yeah, not far enough back. All right. Pull the plunger out. Watch your fingers. Boom. We are in. So Playfield's in. Looking pretty good. I'm not going to bother with the plexiglass right now because, you know, you guys waited long enough. So let me polish a few things and let's get this fired up. Digging up one of my lint-free cloths so we can get going here. So, yeah, I don't have a real pinball for comparison, but I kind of feel like we've all seen that. But if you, yeah, he wasn't kidding. So when you pull these, they're kind of sticky to a point. So, you know, definitely going to want to wipe them down really good. So, you got a comment about polishing my balls there, sir? Yes, it is. It's my first, you know, real, so to speak, pinball. You know, I live in a bi-level house, so there's not a whole heck of a lot of room here. And as it is, you know, my wife didn't realize what she was getting me or herself or the family into when she bought me the Rampage arcade 1-up many, many moons ago. And it kind of took off from there where, you know, I'm a tinkerer, so I like to, you know, fuck with shit, for lack of a better term. And little did she know that it would turn into, all right, let's pull the cabinet apart, see how it works. All right, so-and-so has a PC mod, let's try that, and all that other stuff. So, you know, it turned into a thing. So, but needless to say, you know, I have the tank stick, and I still have yet to use it. So it's pretty much been sitting just like that since I got it. I got the haptic kit downstairs, but, you know, trying to find the time and looking at it, I want to put light up buttons in it and, you know, swap out the trackball and illuminate the trackball and that kind of stuff. So it kind of turns into things, and I'm limited on space, but that's just kind of how it is. Yeah, but this is my first, you know, foray to actually having a legit pinball machine. You know, home use pinball machine or not, this is, you know, this is better than your entry level, in my opinion, because you're not spending, you know, stupid money for a home machine in Costco and paying, you know, what I think is ridiculous amount of money for, you know, a machine that's not very good. The wide open Playfield, like for Star Wars, for example, was, to me, it was cool. It flipped, but by the time I had gone back after it had been sitting there for 3 weeks, it was all jacked up. Balls were, you know, clogged up in the machine. You know, nobody took care of it. So, you know, there was a lot to, and I'm sorry I didn't move back here. So there was a lot to not, you know, picking something like that up, you know, and to spend that kind of money for a home machine when, you know, you could buy something used for pretty much the same price. Again, it just doesn't make sense to me. All right. The balls are clean and they're in. So, oh, P-Dubs is here. Wow. Hi. What's going on, sir? Check back later. Be well. Too, sir. All righty. So, guess we're pretty much ready to plug it in. I don't think there's much else on here, right? Let's see if they tell us anything else. Playfield's in, down, caution, lockdown bar, all that other stuff. Like I said, I'm not going to put all that stuff in. I'll do that after we call it a day here, because I've kept you guys here long enough. So let's get the cord. Let's get this plugged in. I'm not going to update it for you guys either, just because in the interest of getting you guys going, I'll maybe set something up at a later date once I can figure out how to get the live stream going for real. If there's anybody out there that can help me figure out Streamlabs and whatnot, that would be awesome, because that's how we were supposed to do this today, but just didn't quite want to work out. So, climb under this fucker. Come on. There we go. All right, it's plugged in. Alrighty. Switch is on. All right. Here goes nothing. Oh, wait, that's a volume knob, dumbass. There we go. Alrighty. Here you go, Playfield. Everything lit up. Looks pretty good, in my opinion. All right. And we have power indeed. See if we can get this in a spot where you can actually see it. Unfortunately, the back glass is, or it's washing out here on the screen, but it's not. Let me see if I can get it a little bit closer. Sorry, guys, just bear with me. Alrighty, let's see if this does any better. So, I mean, the DMD is nice. I mean, the control pad is very responsive. All right. Here we go. Sorry. Give me a second here. Trying to get you somewhat of a decent angle here. It'd be kind of tough to play with. That's good enough. Feels pretty good. I mean, physics are interesting. Oh. Yeah, not bad. Oh, we didn't get the ball yet. Here we go. Pops out really hard. Like, ejects with some force. really impressed. Still got to get it leveled out and stuff. For what this thing is, man, holy shit. Phenomenal. I don't know, guys. Like, this is... And I know you guys can't see the DMD. Get you a little bit more of that. Like I said, it's a little tough to play because the camera is... Whoa. I mean, that's pretty much it, guys. I didn't, let me see, I see the chat kind of going. Let's see here. No, it's not bouncy like a Magic Pixel table. Certainly not. Let's see. Ball will eject into the plunger. Oh, it won't? I guess it won't. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Hopefully, hopefully they get back to you on that. No, I didn't do the software update. I really didn't want to waste your time on that. At this point, I feel like I've had you guys on for way too long at this point. So I just wanted you guys to see it flip and, just go through the installation process. But got to say, I'm very happy with this. For those folks that kind of shit on it here, sorry, folks, but you don't know what you're talking about. This is, again, for what this is, you can't complain. Are there things that would be better, like the auto launch and everything else? Yes. When you're safe and you got to launch your own ball. But again, it's the trade-offs, right? It's what's your trade-off for what you're going to pay? How much does that auto fire cost to install into the machine and that sort of thing? So, got to weigh the pros and cons. And who knows, maybe by the time TMNT rolls around, they figured that out and they can do it on the cheap. But at the end of the day, I think this is going to be great for your family and your kids, and will easily be the thing that people are going to gravitate to when you have family and friends over. This is solid. I don't know if you guys have any other questions or anything like that, but
it's my last chance.
I think we're pretty much done here. So, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Sorry it was so long, but at the end of the day, I hope you guys learned something and it piques your interest. If this created FOMO for you, cool. But that's not my bag. I'm not here to tell you how to spend your money and that sort of thing. But I think the wife and kid are certainly going to enjoy this. Well, here we'll do the obligatory. Adjust so you can see my ugly face. There we go. You guys never see me do this on camera. Well, that's it for this one, folks. If you enjoyed it, give me a thumbs up. If you didn't like it, give me a thumbs down. Please let me know why. And subscribe anyway and give me another shot. That's it. I'm going to head out. You guys take care. Appreciate you. Appreciate your time. And thanks for hanging out with me. Take care.